What's up, Twitch stream? Oh man, that was a good one today. What's going on, ladies and gents? Hope you are all doing well. I am going to be honest with you. I'm fucking tired today. God damn. I didn't realize how late I was on last night. And then what's up, No One Special? How you doing? What's going on, Lloyd? I'd like to say hi to more of you, but no one else has spoken up in the chat. Did not realize how tired the Video Game Awards were going to make me. And more than that, it was more like I was up, streaming until 1 o'clock. And then after the stream, I played some Pokemon. And so I didn't go to bed till like 3. So I'm tired. I'm tired today, guys. I'm sleepy. And I left, I had considered for a moment. I don't know why I'm doing this with my hand, but I considered for a moment taking a nap. And if you follow me on Twitter at Nate Benderama, then you saw I left it up to the Q extreme. If I got more than if I was more than 2,000th in line, I was going to go take a nap. But I got 1,600, and I was like, "Fuck it, let's go!" And currently we're number 68, so just waiting to get in the world. Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern, Limit Break Radio is coming back, baby. That's right. And it's not just for a reunion. Well, this one is. The December 19th, that's a reunion episode. In fact, that's our last reunion episode. And then we go away forever. No, I'm kidding. We're not going away forever. We're actually coming back for Endwalker. We are going to be talking about all of the details behind the Limit Break Radio revival. Again, that's happening Sunday, December 19th. As I said, it is our final reunion episode. That means that we're going to be talking to Kahlo and Prince Clary about their thoughts about Shadowbringers. We're going to be talking to them about what they're doing on their own channels. And we're going to be talking a little bit about Endwalker. Going to be taking your calls as always, so you want to be here live. But then it's what everyone is waiting for. That's right, the revival, the return of Limit Break Radio on a permanent basis, on an ongoing basis. No Juxta on LBR? Yes, Juxta on LBR. That's the exciting thing. All of the cast members of Limit Break Radio are returning to reprise their roles. Not sure. Here's the thing. I will say I'm not sure that Juxta is able to join us on the 19th. I have heard that he's got some sort of his dad has a birthday or some stupid shit. Like who goes to their fucking dad's birthday? So he's gonna be busy that day, but he is going to be. I can confirm that he is going to be a part of the revival. So get hype. Forgot to clean my glasses before I started the stream. How am I number 68 and I'm still just I've been guys, I've been fucking 68 in queue for at least 10 minutes. If I'm lying, I'm flying and my feet ain't left the ground. Oh, Ramos, how far in the story did you get last night? I got to the end of the first dungeon, and then that was it. I mostly leveled Reaper last night because I was watching the Game Awards. It was difficult to do both. It would have been impossible to stream the MSQ alongside the Game Awards. That would have been insane. So after the Game Awards wrapped up, because it was a 3.5 hour long show, I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll run the dungeon, but that's it. If you want to see it, it's on. My first session is on YouTube now, and I believe the dungeon is going to go up soon. As an aside, once the clusterfuck of a situation I'm in clears, I'm likely to get into FF14 and get back into FF11. Nice, congratulations. That's exciting. Of course, we were playing Final Fantasy XI the day before the Endwalker update, as FF14 servers were closed. So got to check out a little bit of the mastery level update, which is a pretty cool new progression system that they tacked on to FF11. And so probably gonna try, like, once we're through Endwalker, I'm gonna try to get back onto the regularly, like the schedule, the actual schedule that I have laid out for the stream, where I'm doing 14 on Tuesdays, 11 on Thursdays, and then, either 11 or 14, or maybe even some Fallout 76 if they had actually update that fucking game on Fridays. Or although Robbie streams Phasmophobia with Ascali on Friday, so I don't know if that's going to work. But I think Robbie and I may end up checking out this new game called Super People, which is a battle royale game that looks insane. Is the Odin server still around on 11? Yes, it is. Oh, yeah. And that's where I am. I'm still on Odin. Oh, here we go, guys. Oh, it's finally happening. All right. Okay. Let's get rid of this music and bring in this music. All right. When last we left our Warrior of Light, we had just completed the Tower of Zat and freed everyone from it and made the tower, I guess, apparently disappear. So now we are going to catch up with Thancred. Had enough rest, have you? You were never one for being idle, right? Varshan bade us come to Megaduda at our... Is that right? Yeah, Megaduda, yeah. At our earliest convenience. The others will join us. Let's see. The others will join us once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Wait, 1 second. I thought you and Astinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the Great Work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care. You see, best fetch him before he's crammed into a specimens jar. I feel like I should do my friggin' Astinian voice over here. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. Oh, that's going to destroy my voice in no time flat. Don't ask me why I made Astinian from Long Island. I just did it. It was a creative choice, and I just went with it. I just remembered that they consolidated servers a while back, and servers like Alexandria, where my main was, is gone. Yeah, but Odin is definitely still around, because that is the server that I call home. Which, you know, you're more than welcome to come to Odin. Long Island, forget about it. Yeah. I can't confess to play on a regular basis, especially not the last couple of months, but I'm going to try. Again, I've made this schedule for myself, and I'm going to try to hold myself to it. And I know Diamelos started playing again, and Gordor is, I think his work schedule is changing, so I think there might be, you know, and of course Zero still plays. Thados is still hanging around, so you know, there's still some folks on Odin, Ice, of course. But there's still some folks from the, you know, from Limit Break Radio that, or from the Limit Break Radio community, I should say, that are playing 11 on Odin. I'm surprised 14 won ongoing game next to titans like Fortnite and Warzone. I'm happy the game got the recognition, though. For real, right? Whatever happened to that Juxta guy? He died, right? No, he had a kid. He's doing pretty well, and you know, I don't know that he's going to be a part of the entire episode, but you should hear from him Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern. Be here to find out what the future of Limit Break Radio is. Honored Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. I guess the dildo accent thing was just a rumor? What's a dildo accent? Oh, the dildo accident. Oh, excuse me. I fucked up your joke, Tether. I feel bad now. I feel really bad now. That's good. I like that. Yeah, it was one of those, like, dragon-shaped dildos, and it was, like, this long. But no, he was successfully past it. Though I've been to Radz-at-han before. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I forgot my Estinian voice. Excuse me. Though I've been at Radz-at-han before, this place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from the sentry at the fountain. Lead the way. Don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Yeah. I know how goddamn companion quests work now. Dildos have accents now? I mean, some of them do. Hey, yeah, fucking Estinian's a fucking dragon over here. Master Aniero, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megaduda, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma. Oh, that felt really good. Excuse me. The highest part of Radz-at-han. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the 8th right is disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend to the steps to the next to the fountain, and then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Pasca's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Ruvada Fibers. Within you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we head up. Sounds straightforward enough. Here's the thing, at least my jokes are consistent. It's never been a good voice, ever. Really? It took... Hang on. Are you fucking kidding me? It took, like, 4 things of fucking dialogue? Oh my god. God damn it, game. Heading to Megaduda, are you? In that case, please follow the hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find workshops in the Ruvada Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. What the fuck ever. This seems really, like, needlessly detailed. If you are here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at the Megaduda. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple. Ascend these steps. I figured steps were involved. And then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. I think I could have figured this out on my own. I remember passing by here with Varshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to Hamsa myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. You know, you gotta grab a gabagool. Squawk, squawk. Okay, all right. Please let me get away from Estinian. I can't keep doing this voice. The writing is still really good, but they seem to lose some editing quality around 3334, and have had too much dialogue since. Yeah, I've noticed. Greetings and welcome to the Megaduda. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and come at the invitation of His Excellency. Of course, we've been expecting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent, in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude. You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radz-at-han.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the high crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radz-at-han will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
Damn.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
'Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydralin to whom you must look for answers.
Terrible cataclysm Google ad. That's good. What up, Halvard?
Seek you to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydralin endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralin does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Interesting.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm
Excuse me.
reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
Very good, Vritra.
I knew it to be so. From man and dragon alike have I learned of thine exploits. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust, but alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
Ooh, getting a fucking guilt trip from Vritra. Hey, remember all these people you killed? Or got killed?
Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Yeah, something tells me that's not going to happen. Yeah, thanks for the weird guilt trip, Dragon. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is only my, I mean, I guess technically my third, session doing MSQ, so. So what were you and Vritra talking about? I can't call him Vritra. I know that's what his name is, but I'm just gonna call him Vritra. I spent like fucking 12 years calling him Vritra. Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to Mulberry Orchard. Like, I couldn't have found this fucking place on my own? Jesus. I'm sorry, that quest was just asinine. Jack Attack, what up? I'm enjoying Endwalker so far. I'm only... Let's see. I'm only about 9 hours into the whole thing, but enjoying it. I've actually probably had a little bit more time with Reaper than I've had to play the MSQ. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. Yeah. I mean, although, like Halvard pointed out, they are padding it quite a bit, I'm noticing. But, like, I'm taking time to, like, read all of the dialogue boxes out loud and trying to be a good, entertaining streamer. That tends to take a little bit longer than, reading them to yourself. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to to Radz-at-han. Jesus, this mouth doesn't help. Like the fact that I can't spit out a goddamn sentence. You would think reading text and speaking it, like it's only been my job for fucking half my life. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Yeah, just be like that sometimes. You end up sounding like a bad impression of Porky Pig. And here is the Aetheryte Plaza. So far, so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross the bridge to, From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. Oh yeah, that's right. It's been disabled. I forgot. God damn, it's so fucking colorful, man. I dig it. Like, I really like this fucking furnace. And whatever this is, I don't know what's going on over there, but whatever that is pretty dope. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Nidana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true?
Stoic nod.
Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Hanish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach, a gift bestowed from on high or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Oh, okay. So Mati and Captain
I
Planet.
really must
Got
hear
it.
more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the Annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
Well, that is a mighty... I mean, listen. That sounds really good, Thancred. I'd love some sleep right now, particularly. But we can't do that. We haven't even been streaming an hour. By the way, guys, let me know how the sound is doing. If something is too low for you, or if I'm too loud, or whatever, just give me an idea, and I can adjust it. Though I may not. Sounds good on your end. Okay, good. Though I may not be going to sleep yet, though I am desperate to. Desperate. Decent balance? Good. Good. Glad to hear it. I am going to take a moment to go use the bathroom. And you can take a moment to listen to the one of the episodes of Let's Play from this week. Hey, what's going on? My name's Nate Bender, and welcome to Let's Play, a daily gaming news podcast where we run down everything you need to know from the gaming world in about 5 minutes. Coming up, we'll tell you about the consequence of all those QA testers getting laid off from Raven Software, and Final Fantasy XIV looks to have scored another big win. Senior Vice President Engineer of PSN at Sony Interactive Entertainment, George Kakiopo, has been terminated over the weekend. Last Friday, Kakiopo reportedly appeared on the YouTube channel People vs. Preds. People vs. Preds, or PvP as it's known colloquially, is a vigilante group who attempt to catch men allegedly attempting to engage in sex with a minor. PvP claimed to impersonate a 15-year-old boy and made contact with Kakiopo, who was going under the alias Jeff on Grindr. Screenshots of their Grindr messages were provided, and due to the material in them, I will not repeat what was said. Kakiopo did give the PvP decoy his GPS location, address, and phone number to meet up at his house to allegedly engage in sexual conduct. It's an especially bad look because in the video, Kakiopo was wearing a PlayStation 5 shirt. Sunday evening, in a statement to CNET, Sony said, quote, "We're aware of the situation and the employee in question has been terminated from employment." Though the video does not show any crimes being committed, PvP did turn all of their evidence over to the local authorities. Following up a story from yesterday, workers at Activision Blizzard-owned Raven Software have gone on strike. In doing so, they also sent a letter to management asking to reinstate the dozen QA testers at Raven Software terminated over the weekend. From spokesman Alex DuPont on the QA team, Manage did not give clear justifications for the layoff. DuPont finishes his interview with Bloomberg's Jason Schreier, saying that the collective could extend their strike indefinitely if the company does not acquiesce. What's interesting is that this extended battle with Activision Blizzard is pushing game devs closer to unionizing than ever before. We haven't seen the workers of the games industry push back like this maybe ever. Blizzard did comment this time on the issue, saying, quote, "Activision Publishing is growing its overall investment and its development and operations resources." Blizzard also tells Jason Schreier they decided to cut contracts for 20 temporary workers across its studios as a part of a restructuring that will hire 500 temps to full-time. And while it may be easy to say that comments like this are just lip service, Treyarch, another studio under Activision, just announced that all of their employees are being made full-time. So, while everyone should be skeptical of why Activision gutted their QA team at Raven Software, maybe we should see how this all plays out. Oh, and fire Bobby Kotick. The success of Final Fantasy XIV's new expansion, Endwalker, has been astounding. We don't have definitive numbers, but going over the Steam charts for concurrent players, last Wednesday before maintenance, the peak concurrent player count was 40,000. 3 hours after the 24-hour maintenance, the peak concurrent player count hit 65,000. The count continued to rise until midnight Friday, which hit a new peak of 88,000 concurrent players. Saturday's peak hit 94.5 thousand, and Sunday's peak was 95,150. Also of note, the valleys between the peaks of player count hasn't dropped below 50,000 since early access started. Though not everything has been peachy, the Error 2002 has been plaguing the game, but that's due in part to what seems like a doubling of the player base. Kind of a good problem to have. Final Fantasy XIV's director Naoki Yoshida addressed the issue in a forum post saying, quote, "Across the Final Fantasy XIV service as a whole, the number of simultaneous logins has reached the hardware limit, and as a result, logging in has required an extremely long time. For this, I'm truly sorry." Yoshida continues by explaining the errors that players have been encountering, like that dreaded 2002 error, which is apparently an error that happens when more than 17,000 players are in the queue. Not in the world, in the queue, waiting to log into the world. Along with the transparency to the issue, Yoshida has confirmed that players that own the full version of Final Fantasy XIV will be getting 7 free days of game time. Not only that, Yoshida continues on saying, quote, "Furthermore, we may give additional free game time depending on further developments on the congestion situation. The timing at which the free game time will be provided, as well as any additional extensions, will be announced at a later time. We truly appreciate your cooperation and patience regarding the congestion issue," which is honestly the best way to go about this. I couldn't ask for a better response to congested servers. I wish my ISP would do this when I lose internet service. Hopefully the congestion evens out soon, but if early access is anything to go by, the full launch today might be even worse. Also, for what it's worth, when I do make it through the queue extreme, the game is remarkably stable. FF14 is just too damn popular. All right, well, that's it for today's Let's Play. Make sure you subscribe so you can come back tomorrow for even more video game news. Also, make sure to catch my guest appearance on the Next to Nothing podcast with Danny K at 7:30 p.m. Eastern live over at twitch.tv/DANIECAE. Follow me on Twitter at Nate Benderama and catch me streaming on Twitch over at twitch.tv/Limit Break Radio. My name's Nate Bender. Keep listening. All right, there was Tuesday's episode of Let's Play. If you enjoyed that and you'd like to subscribe to Let's Play to get those updates Monday through Friday, ! Let's Play in the chat. We'll get you provided with the links that you need to do that. Or you can just look up Let's Play Daily Gaming News on your podcast aggregator of choice. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Thancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Aniero. Kryl has apprised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Login queue savage drops. Login 50%, 2002 error 50%. Yep, pretty much. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone. Be it penning a thesis or defeating deiformed entities. So would you take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? I guess, sure. What is this? Archon loaf? Great.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
These remind me of, like, the domestic scenes from Evangelion. Like, you know, the calm before the storm, and then things are gonna get real fucked up. He's got a fucking hamburger? Assholes are making me hungry. Jesus. What is it with Square Enix and, like, food porn in video games?
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Oh, did you over here?
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
Dude, Lloyd, you might be right. You actually might be right.
Affect his brooding stare. Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
Oh, fucking assholes. So hungry now.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
I want a hamburger so bad right now.
Speaking
That's
of
so
one's physical condition,
oh my God.
Mr. Squire, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done.
Yes, and I want it.
If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since. Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radz-at-han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telophoroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us.
Yeah, this is for sure the Grubhub integration.
It is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
For sure, for sure. This is like product placement.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Yeah,
Or,
straight up Valthulu.
Simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes. Well, after a fashion.
Hang on. Please show Alphino one more time.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Who just sits with a drink like this? For just like 5 minutes. Oh, thank God he put it down. Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Winos with class? Yeah, but he was doing it with a teacup. Garuda. No. Wait a minute. Oh, this asshole.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavnir has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Xenos looks like he hasn't slept.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn, Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
Try both. Envid and pity.
You
Entity.
question
I
my
don't know.
disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting, too, was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth, much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
And the award for worst Asian, the two finalists are La Habrea and Fandango. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way into the studium. As it happens, I wanted to speak with Scholar Montachange? Montashag? I don't know. We're going to go with Montachange. And thank him for coming to the rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Thavnir. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Y'shtola and the others, I thought now would be the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Oops. Who did I still need to talk to? Heading out for a stroll. The scholar himself was here. In that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him. Excuse me. I too am eager to see him. Though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium, I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino, of all the people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less, will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Here it is. Phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, I can say it like Dexter if I want, testing grounds for experimental magic, and a host of administrative offices and so forth. As the center of what would later become the Studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the 6th astral era, Phenomenon was decreed complete, and the Studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and sordid history, it is without question the world's leading authority on aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as it is. Astromancer, it's going to be the next job. Calling it now. Charlene's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech, such as his undying love for his old stomping grounds. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the Studium, graduated with highest honors in the magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you both joined the Studium at the same age, yes, and from what I understand, and from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphino actually entered a half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the Studium's most notorious master debater. Hey, butthead, did you see? God damn it! Did you see what she just said? Fuck, my impression just fell apart. Oh, he knows exactly what he did. In all respects, I have ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, I just remember that this was where the legend Alphino the legend of Alphino Levillier began. We shouldn't expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. How hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than when we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone in. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Yo, what's going on, Crimson Tinted? How you doing? It's good. I'm really genuinely enjoying Endwalker so far. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Mod to change. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but fortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask students if they've seen him. Yes, he's a master debater. Alphino chronic masturbator confirmed. That was Alphino Levillier, wasn't it? The Alphino Levillier. And he's with his sister and Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. Oh, sorry. You said you're looking for for the Scholarch, yes. Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Alipo should have a better idea. Are you lost? Wander in off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Ahem. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to the Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal in here at the Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests that we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Giganto that. It's enough to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. Yeah, let's go with the, I guess, more clever option then. I beg your pudding. You're not a gleaner? Then this is, well, was all an elaborate ruse? No, wait. Come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to the Maker's Meet. Go back the way you came, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention an alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! And all this time it's taken me to tell you of all this, the Scholarch has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Well, I mean, doesn't he have office hours? Jesus Christ. Yes, the Scholarch was here just a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Hippie school, yeah. Oh, God damn it. Oh, good. A room that looks exactly the same. I think we found him. Please be voice acted.
Ah,
yes!
I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galef and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the Forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Montoya's prize student.
You have no fucking idea.
Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Is it call Anakin Skywalker? He knows how to deal with younglings.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Oh, God. Oh, boy. Oh, shit. Am I going to be tested on this?
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology.
Dude, he wasn't joking.
The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into 3 forms. 2 are of the incorporeal sort, the soul, and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
We'll go with corporeal, sure.
Yes, very good.
Haha, I'm a smart cookie.
This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
Bro, I didn't know we were going to Hogwarts.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recalled Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Ah, okay, so MacGuffin.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
That sounds more like religion than science.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve. Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet.
Hogwarts.
I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapo. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits. wheresoever they may take you.
Ominous. All right, Kryl. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave with more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in the days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way, you could better acquaint yourself with Key Alipo as the Scholark suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. All right. Where is she at? Oh. Well, I guess I can't. Yeah, all right. All right, where am I going? Where am I going? All right. By the way, hope everyone is doing well tonight. I want to personally invite you to the next episode of Limit Break Radio, going down here Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern is the start time. Yes, this guitar riff is indeed super chill. We're going to be talking all about Endwalker. You know, just kind of our initial impressions of Endwalker. We're not going to do like a deep dive into the story or anything. That'll come at a later date. We're also going to be catching up with Kahlo and Prince Clary. Get their takes on Shadowbringers. And, of course, we're also going to be telling you all about the future of Limit Break Radio. Because that's right, Limit Break Radio is coming back. The podcast returns in 2022. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the Studium proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea to and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such plan, but we'll see what awaits for us in Vilbran. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you? Phew, I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Vritra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape from the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were to be found consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. All right, on to Limsa. Hang on just a second. Whenever I'm here, I always end up encountering... And of course, I was gonna point something out and it's not happening. But usually there's like 5 or 6 people that are like just jamming on a fucking harp. Farming fates for this mount is gonna be ridiculous. For which mount? I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and Sultana, 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? This better be goddamn voice acted. Huh, it's not. My apologies for calling you away. Hang on, my apologies for calling you away from Charlayan at such short notice. On the contrary, we're honored and grateful and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we've taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? Yo, what's going on, Evil Lives? Holy shit, Balthulu, that's intense. It hinges entirely on warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time in Charlayan, the Allied nations have been engaging on separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahagan, Ixal, and Anata have given rise to increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph and Radz-at-han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves from this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces continue to hold the Telefori at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short of a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telefori's every whim without question. They too are victims. It's our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it's the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember that we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there is a reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what is yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway though the same could be said of the Telefori. There's certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be sustained by Y'shtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it's not being harnessed to our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down along with their infernal towers. Urianger always talking about his colossal tower. I know, dude. That guy talks about his dick way too much. That's all well and good, but... Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot his voice. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. Sorry. Forgot his voice. We may want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. Wait, I can't say no? I can't just be like, nah. Nah, that's all right. I got some fates to go do. Kind of want to level Reaper. I don't know that I got time for this. You know? Like, it's on me? Why has it got to be on me? All right, fine. For honor and glory, whatever. I don't give a shit. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support, and we are on their way to meet us at the to meet the rest of the contingent. Jesus, mouthing is hard. They were positive you could come to the same decision that they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Rauban and Lord Amric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telefori so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge that Eorzea will be as you left it or better upon your return. Hey, listen, friggin' the Stenion's always been a dragon over here. I'm gonna go retire in Ishgard. Good luck with the whole world blowing up, guys. Yeah. Good one, Balthulu. Alright, where am I going? Oh. I don't know that can be an Urianger line because it doesn't have the word doth in it. All right, Robon. It's the one-armed wonder. The Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroy the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Amric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize... Oh, yeah, regrettably, I'm sure. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we've seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Islabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. You can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight where words may serve me better than any blade. Yeah, Dark Flux, I think you nailed it right there. I hate to say it, but Lord Amric's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Islabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We meet again. God damn it. Sorry. I feel like I've got something in my eye. We meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Werlet. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained from the led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one. That being the formation that I have shared with Maxima. The information that I've shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. Yo, what's going on, Noobzor? So you're not coming with us. Oh, sorry, I thought... Bring a dragon over here. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this old thing. I do. The Telephori have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varys and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Islabard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. Yeah, I doubt they're going to be pleased to see me either, fuckbag. A fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn of the Warrior of Light that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a man deserving of their trust. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstance, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask that you escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you, again ere you depart, may Fury guide and protect you, all of you. All right, before we start this next quest, I'm going to take a real quick break and use the bathroom. All right, give me just a second, guys. I am going to run a quick 60-second ad. If you don't want to see the ad, consider subscribing to the channel. $4.99 gets that done. Or if you are an Amazon Prime member, you do get one free subscription to a Twitch channel every month. You can use it on your favorite Twitch channel, or you can, use it here too. Anyway, guys, I will be back in just a minute. All right. Thanks for sticking that out. Appreciate it. Let's get back into Endwalker, shall we? See what Maxima has to say. Other members of the Islabard contingent have gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. The remaining members of the Scions, your friends, and most of the Islabard contingent await you within. Would you like to see me? Would you like me to see you through? Yes. Man, I'm getting hungry. This part is pretty cool. All right, sweet. I'm assuming if it's pretty cool that there's voice acting. I was smart today, though, because I went and I got spaghetti.
By the 12.
Okay.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Islabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Oh, what's up, Lucia?
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
I remember some of these people.
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must, I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
What can we do about your 12-year-old Justin Bieber haircut?
Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Tell her I have no memory of her.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me.
Yeah, I have it at 50, I think.
Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gradanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest.
Who's Robel Akbal Jr. over there?
If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the Avatar of Destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Somehow I doubt that.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies.
Well, thank you, Karen here.
The Cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lominsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine! Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
All right. Yeah, sure. Lead us to victory, Michael Flatley.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honohua with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Yeah, all right.
Sadhu-Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities, which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake, though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Baelsar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
Dragon Ball Z.
Easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
Our enemies are our friends now.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilzabad, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garland Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
All right. Well, that was pretty cool. That was like a FF14 version of like This Is Your Life. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Al-Mulja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle to simply survive in the harsh climate of Ilsabard. They would also prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telephori. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades who care to do the honors. Not really. Just set up a box and say, okay, all right. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it? Yes, here is a single warding scale. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Amric. He would have me put my extensive knowledge of and my former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. Yeah, sorry, war effort funding has been cut. You have to buddy up and share your award with your neighbor, yeah. That a set of warding scales I spy, and not that I would know what they'd look like. Yes, here's one warding scale. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell that they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me the chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. I hear you've got some for us. Yeah, here. Fucking thing. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gill or two when this is all over. But we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the admiral and captain Jesus Christ, I'm not sure that I ever even... Like, how long ago did I do these quests? Hilfer told me that they needed someone's help to safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land and the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes in airships. All right, whatever. Here, take the thing. Oh, are these some of the famed warding scales? Enough for me and my man. My men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside of the 12's Wood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. 5.4 was almost exactly a year ago, actually. Am I supposed to remember Sickard from 5.4? Because I don't. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In doing so, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. Or so she says. I say it's past time that our allies benefited from the power at a Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. He was the dude that Merylwib dueled? I don't recall that. Yeah, there's in movies it's referred to as padding, but yeah, there seems to be a great deal of it. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Here, just fucking take it. Oh, the talismans. We are to keep them close at all times. Yes, I will see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hien. In distant lands and times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. Seriously? He sent you with a fucking poem? Really? I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of... fucking Stormblood. God damn it. God damn it, Stormblood. Doma, like much of Authord, has been plagued by the towers, yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. He and Yagiri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will keep the enemy at bay. Poems are a very samurai thing. I don't care. I just don't. Yes, because when I think of samurais, I think poetry. And we of the Steppe and Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. All right, let's just get on with this, please. Do you have a warding scale for me too? I guess I fucking do. Thank you for this and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You've been told by many to beware of the cold in Islabard. I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. All right. Is warming tincture. Shit. This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Urian J and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put a fine point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark, is that the cry of the scions in need of a tailor, I hear? Oh boy. Yes, hello. But how? Wahahaha. I have my ways, oh yes indeed. I thought you thought you could sneak off to Islabard without telling me. Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. Argmus and Bloomwida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlayan. Oh, why not? You can keep Kryl company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I've heard this has to be a new name. I don't recall this name ever. Argmus and Bloomwida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident that you won't go collapsing again because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls into another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. It's Moonbreeda's parents? Oh, okay. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. Yeah, I'm not wearing that. Yeah, I'm not wearing that. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. All right, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? All right, Ironworks pilot. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you are ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Onboarding several... okay, yeah, and participate in battle, okay. Okay, all right. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go!
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step, but why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest as if to warn against further trespass.
Straight up.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party.
Oh, shit.
They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus' death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Straight up. Yeah, for real, Darkflux.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
It ain't?
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Stoic nod. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Supply Depot.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Y'shtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks.
Phrasing?
All right. Once more for my peace of mind.
Or is there something about Thancred that we don't know?
Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, no, that Thancred definitely got the best out of the clothes for sure. Oh, god damn it. I gotta be Thancred. Son of a bitch. Alright, hang on. I get that I have to sort of Metal Gear this shit, right? No, it's your jacket, yeah. I should probably do it when the Magitech armor is, like, not... Oh, hang on, I gotta talk to this guy. Assuming there is nothing you wish to confirm, we may commence the mission as soon as you are ready. I guess, yeah, go over the finder. Oh god, it's just gonna be... Oh, wait, no, it's a whole thing. Alright. In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred. You have 2 objections. Place explosives on the Imperial Magitech. Deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat that you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. The gauge will gradually fill until you defeat all alerted enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements, and the mission will end in a failure. Use swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives. All right. Erzine Shadow Moses. All right, let's get the full explanation so we know exactly what's going on. Success in the mission hinges on the following points. Swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases his movement speed, while active enemy soldiers and Magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence even if they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on guard dogs. Acute sense of smell. This literally is Metal Gear Solid. Holy shit. And they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or activate... Okay, sure. Thancred's silent takedown will instantly render a soldier unconscious. It can be used while swift... Okay. Though it cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs, utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essentially... Okay. The guard dogs can detect Thancred even when swift deception is active. You can instead use a bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Conversely, bewilderment bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers. Okay. Yes, let's fucking go.
About you.
All right, so
We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
good thing he didn't look to his left. Haha. Oh, shit. I like how they don't detect me even though I'm, like, right fucking there.
Must be losing my touch.
Excuse me. All right. Oh, fuck me.
Hells.
He's like literally staring at me. Whatever. I'll take the slop. Come on, doggy. Go over there. No? Or do I... Wait, hang on. Do I have to target him? Maybe I have to target him. Aha. Okay, got it. Yeah, I got it. I figured it out. All right. Oh shit.
Must be losing my touch.
Okay, so silent takedown can only work on actual Imperials. I was paying attention, but not that close of attention. All right.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Metal Gear. Like right down to the oh shit, hang on. I should probably get to a safer spot. Oh fuck, he's in a real bad spot. We're gonna try this again. All right, that's one down. Can I get close enough? There we go. Shit.
Damn, spotted.
Asshole. Metal Gear. All right. Take you down. Take you down. You're down. It's gonna be spicy. Nope, 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 nope. Fuck that. I'm out. I gotta time that better. Like that. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna have to fight one of these.
Must be losing my touch.
More rides, more fun, yeah.
Seven hells.
I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with the slashers outside of fight them. Fuck, come on. Could be. Oh, I thought I could go that way. Come on. All right, wait, where am I going? Over here. Okay. All right, cool. No, you could be right. I mean, it definitely feels like it's laying the groundwork for something a little bit bigger.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Sorry.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
I beat Metal Gear Thancred, guys. A few moments later, at the rear of the Islabard contingent, supply something.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
I thought I was going to be able to tank stuff. I should probably just fight. Oh yeah, man, you are correct about that. But I don't think it matters either, though.
Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
This idiot. Okay, there's nothing for me to attack that way. All right.
But the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
I dig the music, though.
We're the only ones still struggling. Time we put our backs into it then. I've been itching for a good scrap.
This is pretty dope.
We're fine. I'm ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
He usually carries FF14 hard during the cutscenes. You could care less about. Yeah, seriously.
From the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal.
In time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Gilia! Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
Don't call me a turn-up.
There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now! Forward!
Spec balls. Hang on, I'll read chat here in a second. The hell?
Tremble before the sun!
May your screams fill the air!
Nice. Okay. All right. Cool. I'm away from home, won't be able to even try to play till Sunday. I'm so close to finishing MSQ. Man, sorry to hear that, Ramos. That's a tough position to be in.
A worthy adversary.
Celio saying, I just got my clear on today's version. EA, I'm currently fighting Login Q Savage, says Miri. Celio, I just got my clear on today's version only an hour ago. Only one 202 2002 mechanic I failed to dodge. God damn. Miri, I've been trying to log in earlier in the day, but I had to take a nap due to not getting much sleep last night. I almost put myself in that situation, and I was like, you know what? Because I said it on Twitter. I was like, if I'm more than 2,000 in the queue, I'm gonna go take a nap. But I was like, 1,600, baby? All right, I'll wait that out. And it wasn't that bad.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Radz-at-han.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. the chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Congrats, Celio.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
Well, you're the dumb shit who's in shorts.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
I'm a conjurer, at one with the elements. Fuck, I'm cold. Straight up. Is this zone? So this is zone 3 then? Yeah, I guess it would be because Radz-at-han and okay, this is 3. Okay. Guys, give me 2 seconds. I gotta hit the bathroom. And I will be back in just a second. I'm not even gonna run an ad this time. That's how quick I'm gonna be back, alright? All right. All right, thanks a ton, guys, for hanging with me through that. Appreciate it. I just want to remind you guys real quick that the next episode of Limit Break Radio going down Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern, your start time. It is our final reunion episode. We're going to be talking to Kahlo and Prince Clary about their thoughts on Shadowbringers. We're going to share our initial thoughts on Endwalker. We're also going to tell you about the next big phase of Limit Break Radio. It's definitely something to get excited for. You're going to want to check that out. That's on Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern, right here at twitch.tv/Limit Break Radio. All right. In spite of the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther, and we will reach the capital itself. We mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yashola and Graha if they to join us in that building to the northeast of camp? Alice and I will meet you there. Man, ominous. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, 'tis a presence. Its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zot, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly toward it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell others I shall be with you in a few moments. You will be pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants might be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it, considering the length of time that has clearly passed since one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me that they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I'll make my way there. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroi's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinists will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team.
Damn.
With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
'Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino.
Oh great, I get sent out on more chores.
Capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors.
Yeah, chores.
Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields? I love ice fields. Oh wait, no I don't.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits.
Yeah, okay.
And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action.
Oh boy, soup.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize too that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Ahem. Since you ask, we're to scour the Elben Rime for survivors. What? Wander around the ice field on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. So they have no magic to keep folks warm. Useless mages indeed. Oops. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing? Maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? No, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, but lo! What do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though, surely not us. She wouldn't even know that we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. I'm good, Tanya. How's it going? All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress. A rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we're anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Did anyone else wonder how this idiot got assigned to the front lines, trying to kill off the deadweight, perhaps? Yeah, that sounds likely. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. A man of chivalry. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands that I do no less. And lest we forget the very reason that we are here to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Excuse me. All right. Now to follow the footprints. Wait a minute. Those are my footprints. Ah, fuck. Oh, fuck it. Trail of fresh footprints leads east. Oh, yeah, you're very welcome, Tanya. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. What happened here? Oh, I didn't even get a chance to read that. That's fine. Whatever. I don't know what happened there, if, like, the connection hiccuped or something. We're getting close, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. You mind searching around up ahead? Excuse me. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer, but first you must do so without drawing her attention. That's kind of creepy. But yeah, Tanya, thank you for watching. I appreciate that. Sweet Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Ah, son of a bitch. Damn it. I was trying not to aggro the thing. Oh, well. Sound design is really effective there because it really does make you think like, oh fuck, that thing is gonna like be right on me. Oh well, fucking. Yes, I know, thank you. Ignores the dude on the bike about to clock her in the fucking skull. I do like the music here. It's like a very sort of like quintessentially Final Fantasy sort of vibe. Ed, I am doing good. Thank you, Rosa, for stopping by. Yes, the channel is live with regularity again. In fact, the podcast is coming back too. There's a lot of cool stuff that's going down. Next episode, Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern is the start time. We're going to be talking to Kahlo and Prince Clary. It's our final reunion episode. We're going to talk to them about what they thought about Shadowbringers. We're also going to share our sort of first impressions of Endwalker. We're not going to go deep on Endwalker or anything. And then we're also going to talk about the future of Limit Break Radio as well. Because Limit Break Radio is coming back in 2022. Excited to be back for Endwalker. I hope you'll join us. How do I say the first part of your name, Rosa? Is it Edax? Is that close? Should probably go to the tree first. Oh, no. Is she going all the way? Aha, she went all the way. All right, cool. Edda. Okay, got it. Edex. Oh, okay. Edex Rosa. Got it. Okay. Now I understand the name. Phew, still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Aniero. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telephori are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we're striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telephori's influence? Influence? No. Come on, right? Put the right emphasis on the right syllable. God damn it. The Telephori's influence. Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's just start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for the retired soldiers. Or it was. But now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. Is that too much to ask? If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build under the gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse shape, in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything that you can do to help them? Yeah, all right. Yay, chores. Well, this is fascinating music. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ignis is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Haha, 'twas a joke. Ha 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 ha. If I laughed, 'tis that I may not weep. So said a poet. So said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. While the blessed damned bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When moaning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of destruction. A powerful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the hordes. I fled with my heath, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Jesus, how fucking dour, man. What do you want? Huh? A tincture? Might as well drink it, I don't care. It's literally a fucking radio item. Do you know how long I've waited to see a fucking radio item in game? Wow, man. Wow. That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. Let me just share let me share a little story, okay? And I'm sure some of you have heard this before. But one of the original concepts for Limit Break Radio, all the way back in Final Fantasy XI, was this little elevator pitch, which was, if you were logged into Final Fantasy XI and there was a radio in Final Fantasy XI and your character walked up to it and turned it on, what would they hear? And that was sort of the question that sort of sparked Limit Break Radio, right? So it's just really cool that, like, you know, here we are, like, what, almost 15 years later? More than that? 16? 17? Close to 17 now? God almighty. And here it is, man. It took this long. It's great. I love it. I fucking love it. I really do. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made with quality components crafted with the finest ore sourced from Locus Ammonius. It is. Not all that useful since the capital fell to ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have fled or ended up like the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus still lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. I must have foreseen this catastrophe, and he must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. That's fucking awesome. I hope they give this to us as like an item. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laturum? Yeah, exactly. I saw Legatus Variglia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones that you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Variglia and her men are all there now? So how did you reach the Magna Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Licinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say. You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of trappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. If they still do, from what we can tell, I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the trappers. Yeah, sure. I'll make fun of her. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not risk, you need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, you decide to head there. Please be careful. Excuse me. All right, time for a Halls. My voice is starting to go on me. And by the way, guys, don't forget, I'll be back tomorrow. 4 p.m. is the start time. What are we going to be doing? It's Super Universe. WWE 2K19. We've taken a lot of time and effort to mod this son of a bitch, and boy, is it a lot of fun. Please join us. Again, 4 p.m. is the start time. Man, I like the music here a lot. I think I found it. Seems to be the only cave entrance that's like clearly visible from across the lake. It was not that tricky at all, lady. By the way, appreciate the 26 of you hanging out tonight. I want to remind everyone, Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern, the return of Limit Break Radio. It's our final reunion episode. We are going to bring the last two outstanding members of the LBR crew back into the fold, Kahlo and Prince Clary. We're going to be talking to them about their impressions of Shadowbringers, as well as our first impressions of Endwalker. We're also going to talk about the future of Final Fantasy I'm sorry, not Final Fantasy 14. We're going to be talking about the future of Limit Break Radio. That's what I meant to say. If you're a fan of the show, say Fox saying big fan since 08. Thank you, bud. Appreciate it. We're going to be talking about the show's return because it's coming back in 2022. Thank you for that, Tanya. Appreciate it. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Huh. If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought that they could come waltzing over here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Huh. Looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to the shite. I'm sorry, gone to shite. There we go. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Really? You really want to do this? Okay. All right. Well, fuck it. Here we go. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. Can't hear on my microphone. So this is Temper's Den. Well then, after you. Hang on. Getting notifications on my phone. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Okay. All right. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up the chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands. Garabanya, Yangtze, Bazja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, and placing us firmly at the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in New Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ignis, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Huh, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about the hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all... Zaldoria, thank you so much for the 54-month resub. Really appreciate the support. We can certainly ask, but you're all free to go. But if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homeland, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying here for the time being. Long as there's need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we know it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what the Ilsbard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, but while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's all for the best that it's consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? Wait. Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I'd thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? We only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt that there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. By the way, hope everyone's doing well on this Friday evening. I don't know about you guys, but I myself am I'm pretty tired. I definitely am not going to be up very late tonight. I've probably got about maybe another hour in me. Before I'll end up wrapping it up here. That isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicines ran out. Or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with your same sorcery you used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee and keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for the chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will go and join you in the search after. All right. Be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. Can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. And I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates that it has been here for some time, and it is unlikely to have any connection to Licinia or her sister. I will go get this Aether Current, though. So hungry. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastward. V White asking, sorry, Aniero, if I'm a bit out of touch with this, but I've been trying to avoid spoilers with the lack of being able to log in on my most up-to-date character. Will there be a Patreon this time around? There is already a Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. We'll get you a link to that, or patreon.com/limitbreakradio. But yes, we have not updated it with the latest because we still have to talk about that. In fact, we're going to be doing that Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern right here. We're going to be sharing the next phase of Limit Break Radio. So after we've announced it on the show first, then we're going to go back and update the Patreon so that it reflects our current goals. Right now, the Patreon talks about bringing the archive back online, bringing the website back online, which are still active efforts, right? The archive is back online, but we're still working on the website. So if you're looking to contribute and looking to support Limit Break Radio, patreon.com/limitbreakradio. Well, thank you, V White. Really appreciate the support. Well, this doesn't look good. the two bodies are already cold. Yeah, this didn't work out very well for them, did it? Oh, snap. V. White coming in with the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
Oh, look at that. Escalia got a gift sub.
No.
All right, so real quick, Velner getting a gift sub, Escalia getting a gift sub, Panics 0, Papa Sprague, and Maury Leaf. If any of you guys are here in the chat, make sure to thank V. White, who says, happy to contribute. I may have to avoid the first few streams until I catch up. Totally understandable. I'm way behind. I mean, I've only done the one dungeon. I don't think I'm even at 83 yet, so totally understand trying to avoid spoilers. But thank you so much for dropping in and for dropping the 5 gifties.
Why wouldn't they? Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic.
Hey, Brian, thank you so much for the $5 pledge over on Patreon. Really appreciate it.
We should have... I should have...
Celio, thank you very much for contributing to the Patreon. It means a lot. It really does. Your guys' support was, again, able to bring the archive of the podcast back online and has laid the groundwork to bringing the podcast back. Again, the next episode, Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern, the start time. It's going to be right here at twitch.tv/Limit Break Radio. We're so excited to be bringing the show back. And I think you guys are really going to enjoy the concept behind it. It's got a little bit of, the 14 Limit Break Radio and even a little bit of the 11 Limit Break Radio mixed in there as well. We're trying some new stuff, so I really hope that you guys look forward to it.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Thank you, V. White. Take it easy. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate the gift subs, man. Really do. But have yourself a great night and enjoy Endwalker. Yo, what up, Norris?
Story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right.
Yeah, Garlemald.
You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Question, guys. How close am I to the next dungeon? Is that within any kind of, like, am I within an hour of the next dungeon? The Alicia says, so there must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Ooh, very close to 83 now. We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is to make our report to Lucia and to do everything in our power to prevent a further tragedy. Quite a bit of legwork? Oh my god. Okay. Alright. No, I can't. I'm not going to rush. So let us linger here no more. Come. Yeah, I'm going to say in about another 45 minutes is what I've got in me, and then I have to go get something to eat. But there is one coming. Okay, yeah, I figured that there would be at least one. Miri Kennett, thank you very much for, or no, Tanya, thank you for the gift sub, and that gift sub went to Miri Kennett. Hang on, my sister's texting me. All right, I'm going to throw this question out to the chat. Do you guys know a gaming chair manufacturer by the name of Mavix? M-A-V-I-X. Norris heard of them. Celio's heard of them. Okay. But not put my butt in one. Okay, interesting. All right, there we go. Jay's 2 cents uses them, I believe. Okay. Fairly non-gamer looking stuff. That's okay, interesting. Like their chairs don't look like spaceships. Nice. Highly adjustable. I mean, I would hope so if it's a gamer chair. That's usually one of the features of a gamer chair. Oh, Ryoku coming in and also dropping 5 gifties. Thank you so much, Ryoku. So, gift sub going out to Evil Lives, Willie Zoot, Nadomeister, Blade, and that dude Tank. Hey, thank you so much, Ryoku. Dude, that's 160 total gift subs from my boy Ryoku, man. Thank you, my friend. This is awesome chant for Ryoku and definitely well earned. My sister says thanks. All right, word. You're welcome, Sister Bender. All right. Dun, 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 dun. I told my sister to see if she can get me a demo model. Oh, wow. Apparently you can add massaging elements to them? That's pretty dope. Currently dealing with the strongest Endwalker story boss of all. This 4.8k queue line I'm stuck behind while trying to log into the game. God damn. God damn, bro. Just needs a toilet and you'll never leave the chair? Dude, straight up. Straight up. There's some real appeal in that. I was at 4.8 like an hour ago. Where are you at now? At 900? That's not bad. That's not bad at all. All right. All right. Give me a second here, guys. I want to do something. All right, so I've been doing this for a minute, and then I kind of fell off after I paused streaming for a little bit. But where did it go? Son of a bitch. Hang on. Oh, there it is. But I'm sure some of you guys have noticed behind me. I'll go to the full screen mode. All right, so I'm sure that some of you guys have noticed behind me. It's a little bit hard to see sometimes with the filter. So let me go ahead and just turn off the filter for a moment. That I've started rebuilding this collage that I used to have on my wall when I was in high school. And I've got all kinds of stuff from like when I used to be in high school, an old show poster that featured my band. Guess which band was mine out of that one? Anyway, so we've been doing that pretty pretty consistently, but then I completely forgot about it, right? And so I've definitely there's definitely some folks that have tossed up subs in that time frame who like I owe them something to go on the wall. But the deal was like if you subscribe, you get to pick a piece from the box, the high school box of shit that used to be on my wall, and you get to choose where the piece goes in the new version, which is going on the wall behind me. But I found something to go along with that, and this was a gift from Ryoku. I believe, Ryoku, you gave this to me at Youmacon, if I'm not mistaken. So there's that. And then there's a really, really cool thing here, too. Which was, I believe this was a commission, was this not? And it is my character and Ryoku's character hanging out, talking. It looked like guts a little bit. Yeah. No, that's this other one. This is I can't remember his name right now, but from Dark Souls. But this commission piece Ryoku, for dropping a fucking 160 gift subs in the channel. This has got to go in a very vaunted spot on the wall, I do believe. The second one was a commission I had made while I was at Otakon. There you go. There's the story. Thank you for correcting me on that. So I want to make sure that this goes like right above my shoulder, like right in between my neck, so like it's always kind of visible. Got to make sure I spun the right way so that I wouldn't end up taking the rest of the shit down with me. There we go. All right, hang on. Is that the right spot? No, that's like literally covered by my fat, stupid head. Hang on, I got to move it. You know what? Hang on. Hang on. I don't think I was in the right position. The first one I happened to find in Artist Alley and thought you would like. Yes, I do. I do. In fact, I was really glad to find this stuff. So there we go. It's like right there. I think like when I'm playing, because I'm paying attention to the camera. But when I'm playing, it'll be a lot more visible. Let's see if it survives the color correction. Kinda. But there we go. I wanted to make sure that got up onto the wall. And now that I've actually reminded myself about that gimmick, I'm going to start doing it again. So if you want to add to the collage, you can do that. Kahlo has the one I gave him as well. Nice. It was a nice gift. I love gifts like that, and appreciate it greatly. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break here. Turn the color correction back on. I'm going to go back into fucking Kevin Smith world. All right. So let's go back to the game. Feel free to hang up that DDR2 up there. What DDR2? What? What DDR2? Did I miss something? What are we talking about? The memory I sent you way back in the day. Oh my god. I'm sure that is in a... and by the way, thank you again for that. But I'm sure that is in I think that was 2 or 3 computers ago. I think that computer gave up the ghost years ago. But thank you, appreciate it. I am gonna go refill my drinks here real quick, guys. And while I do that, I am going to run a 1-minute ad. If you need more incentive other than just getting to hang something on my wall, to subscribe to the channel, then this is it. You don't have to be marketed to. To be fair, you could also use your Amazon Prime membership. If you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you get 1 free gift subscription to a channel of your choice. Or you could also use a VPN or an ad blocker. I don't really give a shit. Anyway, guys, I will be back in 1 minute. Sorry. Someone's car alarm was going off. All right. Back to it. About another half an hour, guys. And then I'm probably going to have to call it quits. Between my voice and my stomach. One of those two things is going to win out. Where am I going here? Am I in the right? Okay, I am in the right spot. Ellie's and Alfino tell me that they've finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account? I decided to Fantasia my alt on Sergeant Tannis to look like my Final Fantasy XI character. It really looks silly and like he doesn't belong with the FF14 graphics. Nice.
We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the Victor's Spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
It's been so long, Ryoku, I probably don't.
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Zenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly.
Don't worry about it, Tanya.
Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own
same Ryoku.
son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Popularis determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
Sure does.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
Guys, I'm seriously, like, I can't tell you how, like, geeked out I am by the fact that, like, radios play a significant role in the narrative. This is great. This is so good. I love it. See, this is what we've been talking about with, you know, the radio network that we've been using the whole time for Limit Break Radio. Let's go with that. Sure.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence.
Yo, what's going on, Zemlis?
A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think.
Not our supplies.
One who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Right on, Zem. Right on. I'm enjoying it. It's good. It's good shit.
Who do we have here?
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald, far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe.
Yeah, dickhead.
Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alizé to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face, how their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Yeah, super wicked burn.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Yeah, all right, Karen.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Yeah. All right. Lucia says, you will be received as invited guests. And so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we're outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. All right, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice, he's Alfino. And at least, and last but not least, there's Aniero. Aniero, where have I heard that name before? No matter. Alfino and Alice. I want you to watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about being about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. All right, yes. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No. We're just stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Demorum, yeah. One of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Getting close to 83 here. From here, we'll be heading northwest, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own, but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we will try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody so that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I know, my legion... As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They are beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. Excuse me. Excuse me. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of Primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Oh, wait a minute. Where the fuck is the aetheryte? Is it up or down? It must be underground. It must be where I'm working my way towards. Or maybe not. Alright, well, fuck it then. We're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. This is... What is that? Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. We've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. I was right. plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed. And if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Mouth, please work. Lower your voices. While you may be here as guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Excuse me. Aetherite's not responding, okay.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the 1st Legion.
I like his armor.
The 1st? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
That's kind of fair.
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
Dude, right, Celio? Straight up.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here.
Victor, thank you so much.
Come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this.
Hey, Victor, thank you so much for your $10 pledge on Patreon. You are helping Limit Break Radio get back on its feet and to, come back even stronger and better than before. I can't thank you enough for your support. So if anyone else is interested in helping Limit Break Radio come back, we are coming back Sunday, December 19th, 4 p.m. Eastern, where we're going to explain what the next phase of Limit Break Radio looks like. And we're so excited about that. If and if you can't support, with a dollar amount, then just coming out to the, either streams or, especially to episodes, that's always a huge help. I told Yoshi P to his face that I want a Midlander, that I want a beard in Midlander hires. Yeah, I know. I remember that.
We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost, all because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils.
I mean, he's not wrong.
That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
Can I choose violence?
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Leverage.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Can I still choose violence?
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Even the most bitter adversary, whatever. Sure. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z shit.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hey, level 83. As per Lord, what's his name? Quintus? Yeah, as per Lord Quintus's instruction, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean, or perhaps you don't, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. So I'm not allowed to cast magic. So, like, what happens if I do this? Or this? It's a little disappointing. Alright. You came here with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you best keep your hands off the Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. Heretic, yeah. There are others throughout the city built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use Aetheryte's power to keep the place lit, though that comes at a cost of its normal function. It's you, Aniero Grigori. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. You swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, and until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. That's probably fair. So cold. Young soldiers on the verge of losing consciousness. Well, that's not good. The radio is the same model used at the Victor Spoils. Perhaps it's what saved these soldiers from being tempered. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vergilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we've made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell, and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down I'd cut you down where you stand if I could. Murderer. Yeah, I kind of have killed a lot of Garleans. That is true. I did do those things. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little that we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Dude, it would have been great. I would have laughed my balls off. Yeah, no, this is well done. This is a good sort of like inverse of, you know. Who's there? My eyes. I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. That's pretty grim. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but I can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize that they're in no position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Dear God, still need to grind 3.5 levels before I can pick up the MSQ again? Jeez. That's a lot. Well, seen enough? Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event that they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we have lots of mouths to feed. Ah, gotcha, Miri. That makes sense. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We've had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold a little bit longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telephori. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power. We realized Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telephori. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend on surviving in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You're in a lot more trouble than you're worth. Once we're outside, you will follow my instruction to the letter. We depart shortly. All right, guys, literally 10 more minutes, and I got like a hard cutoff, because I'm really getting hungry. I was gonna try to tough it out until like the next dungeon, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. We begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanicia. The first location is Forum Solus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Oops. Oh, I'm so hungry. I'm so tired. I'm getting close to like dozing here, guys. That radio sounds so grim and sad. I mean, have you listened to the radio lately? It sounds like the radio. Yeah, no, I kind of want to finish this arc at least, but we'll see. I like I said, like 10 more minutes and I'm calling it. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one among all... So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Vazos Galvus. Christmas is sad? That's, yeah, you're not wrong. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. Oh, shit. I missed that. I accidentally clicked, sorry. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case anything has been overlooked. Hang on. No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. There we go. I see. Then, with your permission, I will commence the search. Cursory inspection of the wreckage of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long been since drained of ceruleum. The contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Seems like a gross over-analysis of what that looked like, but alright. Excuse me. Though rather small by Garlean standards, this structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There is nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Wrong side. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solus. The pond, the children's play areas, to your knowledge, however, none of these would require use of ceruleum. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing into the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no. It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop from freezing over. So, like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. And every time we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With ceruleum-powered heater, by chance. I suppose it must have been, come to think of it. I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where that hatch might be. With the machinery likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw, but the first has a few foreign, what is that? Signiferi and Medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Is that another masturbation joke for Alphino? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Sure, I'll drink the pond dry. Fuck it, I don't give a fuck. That may be the stupidest thing I've heard in a while, and that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method with Alphino's help. You delve into the murky water but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. You delve into the murky water. Yeah, okay. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Am I supposed to have something in my hand? You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. An invisible ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a personal cost. You've become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every elm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. Did you find anything? Sniff, sniff. I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an old Don because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. Hey, Matt Watkins, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it, bud. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sound of laughter and song of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of our tallest buildings. We'd climb to the top of the tallest buildings we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends are dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we had once. Soon, our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. All right, guys. I'm even almost 10 minutes past what I said I was going to do. So I think this is where we're going to call it for tonight. Don't worry, though, because I have decided that I will be doing all of the Endwalker MSQ on stream. If you come across me playing when I'm not on stream, well, that means that I'm probably leveling Reaper. In any case, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. I know that there are so many different choices for who you could be hanging out with on Twitch, streaming Endwalker. There are so many people who are streaming it at the moment that it means a lot that you would hang out with me. Guys, I am going to be sending out a raid here in just a second. I would hope that you join in that raid, although I will warn you, I am sending you to another Final Fantasy XIV streamer who is doing the Endwalker MSQ. So, spoiler warning, I have no idea where they are, okay? None. I'm not going to be sending you to Ascalia, because Ascalia's note specifically says, her stream title specifically says, finishing up the MSQ. So I don't want to barrel any of you straight into the end of the game. I'm going to be sending you to ND Techs, which I believe, if I'm looking at his screen properly, then he's I think he's in the same zone that I am. I could be wrong. I don't know. But in any case, I want to give you guys spoiler warning in advance. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Again, I will be back here tomorrow, 4 p.m. for WWE 2K19 Super Universe. I would love it if you came back and hung out, because it's a little experiment that we do. It's a heavily modified WWE 2K19. We've set up a custom universe, and it's me, it's Will from Refresh, and Chuck Bean from Nerd Radio and the One Fall Show. We all sit around and we're the commentators. We're your JR. We're your Jerry the King Lawler. So I want to invite you to come back and check that out. Again, that's 4 p.m. tomorrow right here on the channel. And then I should be back with more Endwalker action. If not on Monday, then on Tuesday. A lot of it is going to depend on whether or not I'm able to brave LeQ Extreme. Anyway, guys, I'm going to be sending you on to ND Techs here in just a moment. Thank you again for hanging out. It means the world to me. Again, don't forget, Sunday, December 19th, that's a day before my birthday. You want to get me something for my birthday? Make sure you're here. Make sure you're at this episode. It's the final reunion episode for Limit Break Radio. You're not going to want to miss it. If you want to hear what the future has in store for the show, because the show has been re-raised, then make sure you're there. 4 p.m. is the start time. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. I will see you back here tomorrow at 4 p.m.